Oh, okay. We're here. Under half. Just making some tea. Gonna be a good 15-20 minutes before it's cool enough to drink. Alright. Whoa! Goal for the day. Orc skin and yellow armor. We'll see how this goes. Well, they came in packs of 24 of the same color. So, there are 20 boys, one pack. I do have purple as well, but that's a separate pack. Alright. I'm mixing speed paint and regular paint. Perhaps I shouldn't be using the wet palette to go this. I should use... Let's use the unicorn. Yeah, mine were all single color. So I bought two colors when I bought them, but... You know? It makes sense. You wouldn't see them if they were the purple ones. And we are doing orcs, so green makes sense. What if you prime them all the same color? Yeah, that would work too. I need that to go that. Alright. Day 14, people. What a wild feeling, huh? Let's do... 8. Yeah. 200 should do for now. One-to-one mixture. Yeah, if 200 isn't enough, it means that you need to focus on what you're painting. Get something done. Customary bodger. Yeah. So, I've got 5 hours tonight. So, can we get through 20 Orc Boy skins times 2 and some yellow armor? I can tell you right now, I can't keep all of this on here and still work on it. A dyslexic badger? Well, I need to move these to a place where they're not all just... We'll have to organize that as we go, but... I guess I could just, you know... There. That's a good level. There we go. The desk is only so big. There we go. Ah. We ready? We ready. This is 1 part orc skin, 1 part wild green. Yep. I don't want it to be just speed paint, and I don't want it to be just the war paint. The war paint is the second coat for the first highlight. But this gives me that fluid speed paint mix without being just speed paint. I can pretty much put down 4 coats of paint in the time it takes to do 3 this way, because I get a little bit of a shade on this pass. Welcome in. It's crazy orc weekend time. Welcome in, welcome in. We're going for 20 orc boys this weekend. However long it takes to get them done. Doing 5 hours tonight, 8 hours tomorrow, and hopefully I can finish them up in 8 hours or less on Sunday. So yeah, we're going all out. Gonna have a blast getting orcs painted. That is too watery. Luckily, it's the first coat. Alright, first coat of first orc. Done. Alright. These are half gloves, yeah? Welcome in, resin. Thank you. My goal is 2 coats of green flesh and at least 1 coat of yellow armor today. If I can get more than that done, it'll be amazing. That's the goal. It looks like he could be wearing a shirt, but he isn't. So... hope everyone's having a good time today. It's a holiday weekend, and I was able to get things done a little bit earlier than normal, so I started a little bit earlier than normal. And I'm looking forward to getting these done. This is gonna be a fun weekend. We'll see how I feel at the end of the weekend, if I still feel it great, right? Two orcs greened. Yeah. So yeah, gonna get some green on these guys. There's a lot of other colors needed on these. Just looking at the models, they're quite busy. But if I work through each color, each model, right? It shouldn't be that bad. Like, we see the leather, and we see multiple metals. And we've got a squig on this guy, because the other squig broke off when we were building. It's not very tightly attached, but here we go, number 3. That one was not very secure. No. Haha, nice. Yeah, definitely. I grabbed some pizza today so that I had something more than just nuggies to go through the rest of the weekend. So I have nuggets and pizza on the menu for the next 2 days, 2.5 days. Yeah. Orcs, finally! Wah! Yeah, pizza and nuggets. You say orcs finally, but I've already done the Big Mech Docker Rig and the 10 Grots. So And I knew that this weekend was going to be the orc week, the orc boy weekend. Since I had extra time as a holiday weekend around here. So here I am, painting up the boys. Just have to go slow and steady, get through them all, right? Something something America. Yep. Yeah, something about tea. I don't know. Yeah. Um, don't forget Disneyland and Coca-Cola, right? Fast food and wrestling, yeah. Oh, sorry, wrestling. Wrestling. This panel, the fact that the shirt goes up to here and then cuts off, feels weird. Like they're wearing a half shirt. Yeah, half shirt, pants, work. Yeah. So how many orcs are you planning on painting up at once? Yes? Fair enough. From previous huge projects, I know 20 is about where I feel comfortable. The will of Gork and Mork shall decide. Yeah, okay. So in about... what would it be? About 45 minutes? 30, 45 minutes? Old Big Mech's gonna be doing a drawing his channel. People who have entered the New Year More Orcs challenge. Or new army. And I've been posting mine in there as well. My Votan. And it's already been shown on his stream. But I'm curious. Out of the 250 or so submissions, who's gonna actually get that box? I can't say that I really need it in my army. But it would be hilarious if I won. So. Hey, thanks, Meltier. I mean, in 14 days, I've spent 72 hours on this box, so it's been a push to get to this point. Like, it took 2 hours to build the Big Mech Ducker Rig. It was the first one I built. And then I spent, I think, 8.5 hours painting it across a couple of days. So, and I haven't based anything. I haven't done the decals or anything. But this weekend, I have 5 hours today, 8 hours tomorrow, and potentially 8 hours on Sunday. And my goal is to have 20 Orc Boys completely painted up by the end of this weekend. So, we'll see if that's possible. But if not, it'll just take me another day or two. Daily streams until I'm done, you know? That's Sometimes you just gotta go, that box is not gonna go into the pile of shame. It's going to get done. And so, appreciate it. But yeah, sometimes you just need to go, okay, we're gonna actually work on this. It's gonna get done. So. Hey, mustache. Oh, and the Space Marines are Covenant of Fire. Nice bright orange color scheme. So, just, you know, make sure that the orcs can easily see them. How's it going, mustache? Sausages, huh? Sounds like fun. No particular WA, but these guys are gonna get yellow armor panels, and brown pants and red boots on anyone that has boots. Because the brown pants and the red boots are WA wide, and this particular unit is getting the yellow armor. I've not done a yellow armor before, but that felt right this time. Yep. Well, I mean, I've done, I did blue and purple camo from my first unit of commandos. That was really fun to paint. And I've done blue armor, I've got like 6 different colors of grot armor across the army. But I also felt that it was right to do red armor plates on the Big Mech Docker rig, which came out really nice. I'm really happy with the way it looks. So it's just a mixture of whatever happens to interest me most as a color scheme. Alright. Well, that's a third of them green. That feels good. 30 minutes? Just over 30 minutes? Okay. I might actually be able to get these triple layer today. Yeah. The skin twice and the yellow once. Maybe yellow twice. I don't know. We'll find out. Yeah. Some of my orcs have more metal going on than others. Some have more colors. I own 3 sprue-based and spare parts-based trucks, because the 2 trucks that I did buy both went into kit-bashing mech guns. So I don't actually own one of the old trucks. And the 3 kit-bashed ones are all based on looting other factions' weapons. So one of them has Eldar weaponry and a wedge of 7 Carnifex heads as a front bumper. And if you hold them upside down, you can actually see the sprue framework that I used. So that felt pretty fun. I am really happy with the new trucks, and I will be getting probably 2 or 3 of them over the next few years. But I do need to get more of my orcs painted. It should be. Let's see. I do Orktober every year, and I think I have a shot of them in the overall view for last year. And if not, I think I built them the year before. But if you just look for Orktober, it'll pull up the different years. Last year, my goal was to paint up 2,025 points of orcs in a single month. And thankfully, I had a Stompa to go in that. So I did paint up one of my Stompas. I kit-bashed a second Stompa. I found a spare Baneblade gun turret and used it as one of the arms. So that was also pretty fun. I still have to paint that one, though. Okay, that looks like I've hit all the green skin. Okay. This one's tighter. I'm wondering what color shirt I should make them have. If they have yellow armor, what color shirts should they have? I have a whole day to figure that out, I guess. Ish. Whole day being like, what, 16 hours? Yeah. Because their pants are burnt umber. Their boots are going to be bloody red. Their armor is going to be moon yellow. So if I already have green skin in those 3 colors, I don't know. Looks like I'm gonna have to mix up some more of the paint mixture. All right. Ah, dirty white. Uh, I mean, I think that would actually take away from it. Oh, I know what you're talking about for the hillbillies. I know. Yep. Swabilius? Yep. I know. It's 15 years of collecting. Red, brown, green, and yellow. Yep. Yeah, and it's not just Warhammer stuff back here. I have BattleTech and Drop Fleet Commander and Bolt Action, Eldfall Chronicles. I have some War Games Atlantic minis. I have uh, Firefly Adventures, Infinity. It's a lot of different stuff. It's not just 40k. And I play about half of those games. But, like, I also have my War Machine and Hordes stuff from back when I got into hobby to begin with, and they were all, like, 2nd edition stuff, and I haven't played since 2nd, but I've held on to them. Part of it is the fun of just painting random models, and when there's a game that I like playing with it, that's great, but doesn't just mean that I'm painting models for games. Yeah, I had looked at it, but I hadn't played any of the 3rd edition, which I'm a little upset I didn't manage to get all of the stuff saved as PDFs before it changed over to the new ownership. Because all of the rules were available right at that end point, and that would have been an amazing thing to do. I have Legion, Circle, and Scorn armies. Okay. Yeah, I have the big gargantuan model. I still haven't painted it, but that thing looked cool, and I had to get it. The like Hydra looking thing. Um, no, the yeah, I got that. Um, I think I have more of the infantry. Yeah, the Hydra. I have more of the infantry for Scorn than I do the uh, beasts, which I wouldn't mind finding some at some point and getting more of them. They look cool. Immortals with Zal. Yeah. Tea time. I'll drink to that. More tea all the time, right? Yeah, have a good one. We're going at it pretty good. Like, I know I'm gonna need at least... well, I mean, the skin tone's gonna have 2 more passes. But getting through the first coat in 2 hours isn't bad. Less than 2 hours. It's gonna be good. This might actually not take as long as I thought it would take. That would be nice. What would I do if I had extra time this weekend? Do I keep going orc? Honestly, I'm less than an hour in. I shouldn't be thinking about that right now. Just keep working on them, you know? Alright. Mix up some more of this. Go. So the reason I'm not feeling the white is with the green and the yellow. Those are kind of the primary bright spots on the model. So I'd like something that's either mid-tone or dark for the shirts. It's kind of what I'm feeling. I want the armor panels and skin to kind of pop off of the model. You know, be the highlights. Mold berry. Do I really want to do multiple similar colors across the army? Two different armies? Could. But there's so many other colors I could do. I mean, I could go with something that's in that type of feel without actually going mold berry. Oh. What about dragon blood? Would that be too dark? So this is the mold berry. This is the dragon blood. So for color reference, we'll let that dry. Because it's not even reading the right color on the palette right here. It's a very dark purple. It might be too dark. Yeah, I'm gonna let that dry on the... Yeah, I'm gonna let it dry on the wet palette. So it'll probably take a little while. But... Otherwise, I could do a blue. Have all the primary colors on here. What else? There's other things. I mean, we could really go crazy. There's also laser magenta. I've got amethyst blue and blue violet. Got a couple of sneezes, you know, it happens. That's supposed to be a shirt. That might be supposed to be a shirt. Yep, it is. Oh. Thank you for the follow. Yep, if all goes well, by the end of the night, I will have pretty much 2 coats of skin tone down and the yellow armor painted. If I can get more than that... Oh yeah, it's batch painting. It just, you put down a color, you keep going. It lets all of the other colors dry before getting to the next one. So... I've been as crazy as doing 65 termagants at once. That was a little bit extreme. Batch painting 20 at a time, not horrible. Hey, it's not about speed, it's about, are you having fun? And I know that when a launch box comes out, I have fun by trying to get everything done. I mean, this has yellow. I'm using moon yellow for the armor. Have fun, yes. If you prefer to paint one model at a time, absolutely do that. If you want to batch, I'd suggest starting at 5, seeing if you like it. Most people don't like it more than 10. 20 is reasonable when it's all orc boys and stuff. But no, I really enjoy the challenge of trying to get through a launch box in a reasonable amount of time. And a reasonable amount of time is daily streams until it's done. I'm not trying to hit a certain hour limit or anything like that because, well, I'm gonna have fun with these. I'm not gonna slap one layer down and call it a day. Gotta have some fun with it. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to those days when the magnifying glass has to come out. But so far I'm pretty lucky with that, so. Just get robot eyes. Yeah. Zoom and enhance. Zoom and enhance. But no, I've come to the conclusion that people call them piles of shame because marketing says you should be painting. If you're not having fun painting, don't paint. Collecting on its own is still a hobby. You can have fun with that. Yep. Yep. I've actually come to the conclusion that I like scratchy highlights, where you make a bunch of lines, better. No. Zoom in 2 pants. These pants. Thanks. But yeah, I have 5 hours today, 8 hours tomorrow, and 8 hours on Sunday. And my goal is get these painted. And I get to have 21 hours of painting time this weekend. Like, That feels great. My average weekly paint uh, hobby time is like 15 to 20 hours, so I'm getting more time to paint this weekend than my average for a week. And that just feels great. Just having the opportunity to get to paint that long feels great. How is it, Moth? How's it going? Yeah. Still in the car? Yeah. I I've had so many launch boxes in the years of collecting that just got added to the collection and never got done. And so I've when Scaventide came out, I did Box to Battle Ready, and it took me 30 days and 113 hours to fully paint Scaventide. You could be doing some painting. But I don't want this launch box stuck in the pile. It's a pile of potential for me, not of shame. But it's still, I want Armageddon done. And the ability to just get stuck into a big project and work through it until it's done. There's something to it that, like, doing one unit at a time, or, just there's something amazing about getting a huge project done. Because it's not like I don't get a whole lot of painting done outside of these launch boxes. I have painted. Ooh, what was the number? I checked last night. I've painted 235 models this year across Drop Fleet Commander and Infinity and 40K and BattleTech. Like I've painted in Marvel Crisis Protocol. I've painted 235 models this year. So just a few. But it helps that outside of this challenge, I paint 3 hours twice a week on stream. So 6 hours a week is a guaranteed time to work on hobby. That consistency is nice. And yeah, Moth, you should. You should have some fun. Grab a model. Work on it. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah. It's okay. I think I've decided that the next model is going to be Eva O2. Because if I'm going to use a unit with it, that seems like a good color scheme. Yeah. Oh, that went right over the arm. The detail. I wasn't paying attention to where I was painting. Oh well. This is why the green is the first coat down, and not the last. Hmm. Alright. Starting to get in the way. Come on. Yeah, nothing like spending, what, an hour and a half just painting green on skin. Like, if I was only working on 5 of these, I might even be able to get them all done in a single night. But just having 20 of them with a green down, it's gonna be nice. Yeah. Solvex! Hello! Been painting the first coat of skin. It's raining there? It rained here for a little while earlier, with a potential of quarter-inch hail. Didn't see any, but there was a potential of it. Alright. Hey! 20 stream streak. Nice. How do I only have 3 more skin? First coat skin. Wow. Twenty is actually kind of amazing with the time difference. It's been 15 years, give or take a couple of months. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people have been coming back to the hobby recently. Pretty nice. The ability to paint and hobby and get to meet other people, it's really nice. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, most of the things that I buy are on sale or secondhand or Um, just I try not to buy very many things at full price if I can help it. I've gone a little bit too wide on a few armies because of that. I chose Covenant of Fire. I have some Legion of the Damned inspired paint scheme salamanders. So I figured a successor chapter to the salamanders would be a good option there. Yeah. They're Salamander's successor. I plan on using the Salamander decal for the shoulder pad. But yeah, Orange Marines. I wanted something that was bright, eye-catching, something that isn't usually on the battlefield. So I actually chose the color scheme before seeing what it was. But it worked out being that I have salamanders. Oh, I'm not getting any notifications off of the computer, and I didn't get a notification on my phone that I know of either, so kind of funny. Alright. So here, let me zoom in and show you with better focus. So this is the Covenant of Fire. Okay, yeah. And this is my salamanders. So I figured these two would look quite nice on the battlefield at the same time. Alright, let's... off. Yeah, the lower one looks best out of the overall. Thanks. But yeah, I try to get armies based on new techniques, which I should probably do like a squad instead of a full army, but the Legion of the Damned was freehand practice. That's all the flame work is freehand. And for Covenant of Fire, the practice is going to be oil washes and decals, because I don't usually use decals. So I have to hit the shoulder pads and the knee pad with varnish, put decals down, and then varnish the whole model, do the washes, wipe down excess, and then varnish again. So I've got to... Yeah, but that's why I'm doing that for... That's the practice this time. So I usually choose an army and a technique, and that's what I work towards. So by the end of both of those armies, I should be a lot better with freehand and a lot better with decals. I mean, that's what you do, you know? You have certain things that you learn and you can just keep going with that technique, or you can actually learn something new and work on it. One of these days I'll get into more wet blending. I did it with a cloak on the captain. I spent 10 minutes blending on that. Could be better, but also not the test this time. And I still eventually need to learn how to non-metallic metal. But I'm not going to do a whole army for that. I'll do a couple of models to practice. Yeah, I mean, I just slapped down a base coat really wet and then started adding the darker color in the recesses and went back and forth with wet paint a couple of times, and there's a few spots where it could use more than where it is, but I mean, it was a single cloak I had to paint. I wasn't trying to have it be the centerpiece of that model. Plus the hack goes on top of it and all of the other stuff. And I was like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine this time. Oh, I do have a wet palette. I just, this is half speed paint, half regular paint, so it's easier to keep it in a well. I find that this consistency goes down smoother, and it's the base coat, and I'll highlight up twice, but this way I don't have to do a shadow as much. It leaves a little bit more recessed darkening than otherwise. No, it's good. But yeah, the way it dries, this mixture, it does pull a little bit into the recesses. So it's not pure speed paint, but it does help a little bit overall. That is too thick, though. Yeah, I know I have focus set at a different point too, and I think that might be a little bit better. But But yeah, I'm gonna go over the skin tone with a pure regular green next, instead of the mixed with the speed paint. And then I mix a little bit of that with another color to do a highlight tone. So this is just the base coat. It's a mixture of wild green and orc skin. So it's not quite as dark as the orc skin, but it allows me to use the wild green as a highlight. Yeah, that's just the primer. I did red with a khaki zenithal to get that. So yeah, it works well underneath orange. It only took me 2.5 coats to get a solid orange. And if any of the red comes through from the green, it looks nice as a undertone. Not quite as harsh as if you prime black. So I did kind of put it too thick on this. I will always paint over my primer just because if I make a mistake, I won't be able to match it properly. But I know some people do prime a base color and like a zenithal and then leave that as a undertone and not paint all of it. I've seen it done that way, I just don't do it that way. But it can work. Alright. Green skin complete. Pass 1 is complete. Alright. Now the unicorn goes away. Only 28. What? Oh. Yeah, Vito, I know. Only 28. I only have 20 more on the table today, so... Yeah, I'm thinking that the Dragon Blood might be too dark. Maybe if I thinned it down a lot. If I did a lot thinner, maybe. But I think it might actually be too dark. And then they all go back over this way. All right. Yeah, or maybe just water it down about 50%. Okay, guys, you need to back up. So if I thinned it down a little bit, it might work. The dragon blood. Yellow! First of at least 2 codes. There we go. Back with munchies, yum. Some of these panels could be leather, but I like the idea of having some yellow splashes across the thing. So, it looks like it could be armor. I'm gonna make it armor, I think. Yeah. Ready for primer. Yeah. Chicken cheese and a bowl of fruit. Mmm. Eh, that's the armor on him. Yeah, it's a good thing I ate some pizza right before the stream, because I've got another, what, almost, no, a little over 3 hours to go? Yeah. If I need a snack, I have something on hand, but I'm gonna try not to take a break this time. Well, for that. No nugget break this time. Maybe a quick break here or there, but thank you for the follow. Thanks for that, Luke. I hope you enjoy much of the content in the future. Take care. Just knocking them out. One after another. Which is good because I have 2 more coats of skin and at least 1 more coat of armor do over all of these. So we'll see how far I can actually get in a single night. And then continue it on tomorrow with all the other colors. You know what? Tea break. All right. Honestly, this is going a lot smoother than I thought it would. Any good plans for the weekend? Lining them up. Battletech and Tekken. Nice. Probably some Street Fighter. Nice. Fair enough. Sounds fun. I honestly don't think I've played Street Fighter since 2. Yeah. Um. Oh, what is it? E Honda. Just right. Um. And that makes me want to watch the movie again. I know, not a great movie, but it's so fun. Yeah. For me, just a Tuesday. Well, this guy's well armored. I mean, I suppose I could do his helmet as a leather instead. Thank you. I could just do leather for his helmet. Not going to. Yep, this is going actually kind of smoother than I thought it would for skin and armor. Working on the first coat of each, and 8 armors in already. Only 2 hours of painting tonight, so 3 more hours to go. Who knows how far I'll get. Oh no, this guy doesn't have armor? Oh, he does. I just can't get to it easily. Okay. It's fine. All right. Yep, more and more I'm realizing how much more I like the open stance on the models. I'm going to paint inside underneath arms is not as fun. That's 10 down for armor. Whoa! Solvix! I have to say, that's a really nice selection of people who just got subs. That's a pretty good group. And a hype train now. Twitch hype train. Woo! Yeah. Thank you for that. Okay. That's a dozen with yellow. uh... Yeah, it's coming along pretty good. I mean, I know I'm going to be doing at least another coat of yellow, but I also know I'm going to do 2 more coats of skin tone, so just going through the motions, you know, one at a time. But I have to say they already look pretty good. Like, just having that yellow and green down, just... It helps. They definitely have some character going on now. Yellow can be stronger, but I don't want to overdo the thickness on a single pass. So, multiple coats is perfectly fine. Oh, so I saw a picture of the... Well, I saw a physical thing in a video of the... The leopard. The dropship. Looks interesting. Has an interesting... Oh, that's an interesting emote. Got an interesting base. And it is smaller than I originally thought it was going to be, but I guess that makes sense. The full-size one would take up, what, 12 or 15 hexes? But I'm looking forward to getting one. I might not get two, but I think one would be fun. Yeah, I mean, the one that they're coming out with is reasonable scale. And it has a base that actually takes up 7 hexes, and it has drop points for mechs in 6 of them. So you can, like, show what's loaded on it. It's pretty cool. But it isn't the size that I was actually thinking it was going to be. Which Marines? I haven't finished painting all of them, but the assault, no, I'm skipping back and forth in the paint process. The intercessors are ready for varnish before doing the decals. The captain and land speeder got finished last night to the same point, but I need to do the varnishes before I move on. And technically nothing is done yet because nothing's been based. Yeah. Alright, have a good one, Sectrix. Thanks for stopping in. Hey, there's another group of names. Man. MPM, thank you. Orcish vehicles? Yeah, a few. That's great. Yeah, lots today. It's great. Right in time for the 21 hours I'm streaming this weekend, you know? A lot of people won't have to watch any ads. Pretty it's pretty sweet. And yeah, 39 I have dozens of orc vehicles in the collection because each of the Defcopters and each of the mech guns and several of the other things I have are all vehicles. So I have quite a few vehicles in the lists. Some I've even kit bashed. And then I have several of the buggies that I still have to build and paint. And I'd love to get the other buggies that I don't own already. But I'm also not in any super hurry. I need to get through some more of the backlog first. I like keeping my backlog at a percentage of completed models, and right at the moment, it's a little bit lower than I'd like it to be. Mostly because I just bought a whole bunch of things. But we'll get there. Get there. Thank you, Josh. Yep, just painting up some orcs, hanging out. Yeah, I'm pretty thrilled with this. Like, 28 models painted in 14 days? Not bad. Once I get all of these done, I'm gonna be at 48 out of 61. That's a huge chunk of them. I think you might have me beat by a little bit. I don't have any kill cans. I have one rocket truck. I have one Boomdaka Snaz wagon. I have 9 mech guns and 1 Daka jet. 2 trikes. I guess I have 3. Yeah. I have a few from Armageddon, but yeah, it's getting bigger. The collection is getting bigger. Yeah. Yep, I got a Wazdaka over there too. I was like, hey, since Armageddon is here and I'm gonna be going a little bit heavier in my orcs, might as well get that character, you know? Oh, I do have 2 Stompas, 1 official and 1 kit bashed. There's a lot of vehicles out there. Puppets War stuff does look cool. I just did his arm bracers. That means there's someone else out here that has those as well. Teenage Mutant Ninja Orcs? That has to be cool. Sure. Oh, that is cool. That's yeah. That's wild. Okay. Ooh. I took a moment. I'm gonna have some more tea. It's not enough to interest me in a printer, but I definitely would not mind finding someone to get a copy of that from. Um, I've I've owned a 3D printer, both the filament and the resin, in the past, and I had issues with both, and it was several years ago. Uh, and I'm just not of the point where I want a second hobby of 3D printing. So if I did get another printer, it would be filament for the lack of uh, needing to deal with hazardous stuff. I don't really have a setup where I can use that kind of thing. Um, but filament for more terrain and stuff would be pretty fun. Because you can never have too much terrain. And the printer I had, compared to the modern ones, there's so much more presets and all that stuff that fix some of those issues. Hey, Cal. Do I think orcs eat fried chicken beaks? Maybe? Terrain in the membrane. Yeah. Yeah, Josh, this is Warhammer 40,000. The Armageddon box just released with 11th edition. So it's orcs versus space marines. And I'm currently painting the orc boys, and my space marines are orange. Maybe orcs eat marines? I mean, it's possible. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, normal guy. Been having fun with the painting. Building was a blast, and I'm just gonna keep on going, you know? You should have done an NPM. I'm glad that you got a lift to the venue sorted. Mustache? Ah, crash test dummies instead. Okay. Yeah, painting them bright just seems like the right thing to do sometimes, you know? Especially when it's orcs, you know? Orcs deserve bright. Yeah, nothing like waiting until day of, right, Mustache? Nearly done with the first coat of yellow. Then I'm going to double check the models that I just did, because I'm pretty sure I missed a spot or two that I would like to have yellow. And then we'll go into the second coat of green. Yeah. Alright, Underhive. I mean, I'm about halfway done for the day, so... He's got armor on his... Yeah, okay. This guy's got some armor. Okay. Well, if I don't hear from you in, an hour or so, I'm sure someone will crab rave and wake you up. Because how many times has that ever happened, right? Ah. So he's got a Space Marine helmet on. He's gonna need to get that painted orange, right? Or not orange, but like my Marines. Yeah, likely. No. Okay. Rated back. That makes sense. That makes sense. I've rated out to people and then gone to a stream that I normally watch from there, and then that person will raid out to that person later on. So I just happened to end up there earlier. Technically, this would be yellow as well, right? Yellow jaw. Okay. Okay. along pretty nice. I like this. This is coming along quite nice. I do think maybe I water that down and use it. Hey, Boneless! How's it going? I really do kind of want to try that. Just thinning it down, see if it'll work. And I guess if I just do it on one boy, worst case scenario, I have one boy with a different color. So, you're gonna be my test subject. I also found where all the other yellow on this guy is supposed to be, and I missed. Which is fun. Yes, absolutely. Especially once I've done another coat on it. Make it more solid. I'm not really certain on that dragon blood watered down for the shirts. Maybe I should go with a mid-tone or slightly darker than mid-tone blue instead. I used dragon blood, the AK dragon blood color, but I watered it down a good amount. But I'm honestly thinking it might be too dark. The pants are going to be burnt umber. I want the armor and skin to be the things that are brightest. I mean, at the same time, I could do, 5 or 6 different colors of shirts. I don't have to have them all the same. That's wrappings. Yeah, that's possible. Nope. He's the one that has the... Yeah, different color shirts is possible. Oh, I didn't even think about some of them are wearing armored boots. Okay. This is where I go, oh right, I should have probably checked better as I was going. It's fine, we'll get there. Sadly, the different color pants isn't going to happen because my army has certain colors in certain areas. And that's one of the few things that I have set across the army. Like, I'm fine with this squad having yellow armor, because it makes it Armageddon box easier to see which ones I did during this time period for future reference. But going and adding a different color pants changes the whole feel of my orc army. Just like they get red boots, so they go faster. Yep. Yeah, I like having a little bit of consistency across my army, and I felt that boots and pants were the easiest, and that also gives me the most flexibility in other colors on other parts. No, just red. Just red boots. I want them to go faster. I might do the next commandos with blue boots. That would be fun. Because I do have another unit of commandos to paint in the future. Where's the actual armor? Yeah, red is faster, will never die. Oh, more shoulder, more armor. Hey. I missed a whole hand on this one. I didn't get that part of the hand. Yeah. Hey, there's a reason why I go through everything multiple times. Like, I intend 2 to 3 coats of skin tone anyway, so he just gets put over here as a must-do skin still. Have a good one, Solvix. Yeah, I could see getting another set of 20 of these and doing them with blue armor. Look at this, already thinking about getting more of them. Ah. Should be thinking about painting the models I have. I still have some of the older boys to paint. I still haven't painted any of my Ludas. Just part of the hobby, I guess. Constantly thinking, ooh, get more things. Ah, grandson stuff for a few minutes. Get more orcs. Good thinking. You can't have too many orcs. They say you can only field 120, but I think that's just because we don't believe hard enough. Right, Underhive? What's going on up? Ooh. I mean, they gave us so many options for more orcs. How can we say no to them, right? They're a horde army. Give us a good price and we'll have to get more, right? I mean, okay, question for everyone. What's the best price that you've seen 20 orc boys so far? Definitely let me know what uh, unit of measurement you're using. Oh no, I got yellow on the green skin. Oh no. What is the best price on 20 orc boys have you seen so far? And which currency? No, for like these guys. I mean, I guess if you're seeing old ones, that too would work. Just in general. Like, this is the time to get the Horde army. Underhive. Not everyone has their birthday right now. No, MPM. I'm talking about finding orcs in the wild on sale because they're the new model in Armageddon. Like, buying new stuff. Yeah. Like, I haven't been on eBay in the last couple of days. 150? I've seen less than that, so that's good. um I've seen a couple at 130 around here. 15 quid for 10? Alright. Oh, 128? Okay, okay. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, it makes it very tempting to get another one. At that kind of price, you know? Ugh. If only I had remembered to look at their boots before I got through all of them the first time. Whatever. It's not like the boots take that long. Yeah. Like, with Armageddon, I easily have over 120 boys, but a bunch of those are still the second edition boys. So, just having more of the newer ones, not a horrible thing, having the different generations and having extras. I'm actually gonna get up and stretch for a second and get some orcs. So, a bunch of my orc boys are still the second edition boys. And rebased them by just putting them on the 25s on top of 32s. Because when you get the booty boys, they're a little bit taller. That way, they're about the same height now. But yeah, when you have the booty boys too, and then you look at them compared to, say, this guy who's leaning forward, the scale is definitely bigger now. Not by a lot, but it is. So, you know, getting another 20 or 40 of those wouldn't be the worst case when I'm running a whole bunch of these. So, I'm just saying, you know, doesn't really hurt to get more of them, right? They has. Yep. Yeah, I'm doing alright. You? Good. I'm trying to get through all of the yellow first pass. I missed their boots on the first pass. And then I can go to the green step 2. Where already 3 hours in for the day. I have just under 2 more hours to go for the day. And then we'll be back in tomorrow for another 8 hours. And we're going to get through these boys this weekend. And it's going to be great. Hey, you know, I love getting launch boxes done, and it doesn't happen if you don't put that motivation there to do so. I know, because I have way too many launch boxes still in my collection that I didn't do a box to battle ready. And I'll eventually get them done, but eventually is going to be a long time from now. Because there's always something else cool and out there. Like... yeah. And I don't do it with all of the things that I purchase, but it's the way that actually sees things getting done. So... but I also buy a lot of things secondhand, and when I see something that I want to eventually paint secondhand, well, it makes sense to pick it up then, instead of possibly not ever finding it again for the price that I'm willing to pay for it. So... collection grows, but I gotta get through it too. So... next month, finishing off the Leviathan box. Well, I've done all of the Tyrannid half of a Leviathan box. I'm only like 1 or 2 models shy of having the second Leviathan half done. And some of the Space Marines in that are going to go into this army. Not next month, but before the end of the year, I think I'm going to try to get that done too. And have another launch box finally done. Put in the done pile. And more models to be played with that are painted. Curse City was a fun box. It took me the whole year. Yeah, on to the boys today. I know I've had the whole edition to finish Leviathan. That's the whole point of the box to battle ready. I still haven't finished Indomitus or Dark Imperium. I still have some of those models sitting around. That's the whole concept behind box to battle ready, and why I'm making myself stream daily to do this. Yeah. No. No, I am not gonna go 2 full editions without getting new stuff. I'm buying whatever I want, so long as it's within my budget, and I will get to painting them when I get to them. The thing is, I buy a lot of models, and I paint a lot of models. Sorry, I was reading the Twitch chat, too. I like having a lot of models. I like being able to select which project I'm working on. Yeah. I have... I don't know, I forgot. What did I say? I painted 235 models. Yeah, I updated it yesterday. The spreadsheet was updated yesterday. Not for points for all of the factions, but all of the model counts are right. But I've painted 235 models this year. Yeah. So I might not get through a launch box, but that's just because I find other things in my collection that are prioritized. So, this year, yes, half of the year has gone by. I've painted 235. Well, actually, I painted 237. I finished 2 yesterday. Well, not finished, but they're in that category of in between state. But yeah. I mean, I painted up 15 barb gaunts at once. I've painted up 3 psychophages at once. They both need basing, but they're painted. I figured once I get the texture paste out for this stuff, I'll do the basing outside of stream time. But it's the same stuff, so... Yep. I mean, you have to realize, I stream twice a week for 3 hours. So I get at least 6 hours of work on models every week. I actually need a little bit more yellow. I'm 3 models shy of finishing. But yeah, I did the 15 barb gaunts all at once. I did 2 Tyrannofexes at once. I got, what was it? I did 17 Battletech minis to get through the Operation Sand Trap. Not Sand Trap. That's Infinity. Scouring Sands. There we go. But yeah, I did the 17 mechs I needed to do for Scouring Sands for Battletech. See, I've painted a few Infinity models, a few Marvel Crisis Protocol models. I know there are some others. I could pull up the spreadsheet, but my computer's been beeping at me every time I open a new window right now, so I'm gonna not do that for the stream. $82 models? Yeah. I have more than 82 strike team in my Tau army. Being that you can take multiple different loadouts, that's not a huge issue. But, yeah. My collection grows quite fast. Alright. Yellow's done. For the first coat. I need to hit his hand. Why it's sitting... Ooh. That's not... We're gonna use it anyway. I'm gonna be going over it 2 more times anyway. Even the same green? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The collection grows. Doesn't help that I also collect horde armies. I prefer hordes. So, like, here's a few Harmagant. Let's see. This is 40 Harmagant. I know I used the other palette for the green. Here's like 55 or 60 Termagants. Here's some of my Tau. They're horde if you make them horde. Yeah, here. Here's more Tau. I, no, I'm just saying. Yeah, okay, you win there. I'm just saying that I have quite a few. But I have about 1,000 points of Tau painted in the collection. Just, you know. Oh, Kraken. 12 quart sweater boxes work well. Yeah. Yeah, crisis suits are ridiculous prices. I've purchased I've purchased 2 secondhand lots of Tau, and I have more crisis suits than I can physically run in a game. Because I bought one of them when it was still, you had crisis suits and then bodyguard suits, and you could take more. And then they broke it up into, they made it one datasheet where you could take units of 6, and then they broke it up into 3 different types, but now you only have units of 3. Some of mine are still the old crisis suit models, but yeah, still. But that's why I have more than I can actually run, is I actually bought from 2 different people, and their whole collection. Yeah, it gets pretty big. I've sold a few of my Tau off over the years, too. Yeah, El Kraken. 12 quart storage containers. They stack, they fit in the cube organizers, 2 above. Full sets of sprue fit into them. They're pretty nice. Okay. Anyway, yeah. I know I was using this green. This was the mix with the orc skin. But I'm going to be highlighting with wild green on its own. So just because his hand is not the same shade as the full undercoat, it's still going to be fine once I've highlighted it. Let's see. Get an hour and a half. Hour and a half. Can I get an hour and a half on all of this skin? And can I get the skin done in an hour and a half? We'll find out. But no, one of the lots that I purchased had 3 ghost keel. And I think it was 3 hammerheads and some crisis suits and way too many pathfinders and strike team compared to the other unit that I purchased that also had a lot of pathfinders and strike team and crisis suits. And then I've been able to pick up 2 of the brute carnivore kill team boxes. Well, the horses for it. And I have 2 of the Vespid Stingwing kill team sprues. Still new on sprue. I haven't built them yet. Looks like a fun kit, but I've been kind of focusing on orcs, space marines, and tyranids lately. Yeah, crew combat patrol and 2 characters sounds like a good expansion. Again, a lot of the things that I get are secondhand. I have to either buy it or pass on it. So, but they're also usually half price or even less. So, it makes it hard to choose not to buy something if it's for an army that I want to eventually have large. Yeah. Yeah. But I did just have the opportunity to buy several Tyranid models new at a good discount, and that's probably going to be a high priority once Armageddon is done. Because more Tyranids for my Tyranid fleet. Hey. I will be getting probably 2 of the trucks, but I already own 3 mechs, so it doesn't really make sense to pick up another mech, even if it is a different sculpt. Yeah. But since all 3 of the trucks that I have are kit bash, it makes sense to pick up 2 of the actual ones to have. Alright, there's the first change of skin. Let's hit that writer. Go. So yeah, just a highlight on the muscles. And then once I get that done, probably the second thing I do tomorrow will be a highlight where it's a mixture of the moon yellow and wild green for the higher highlights. I don't know. I might not do that until further along in the project. I don't know. But next step now is just going through and doing that with 19 more boys. Adding the yellow as the highlight instead of a white keeps it nice and bright and not too desaturated. I want it to be that nice bright yellow-green highlight. And I thinned the paint a bit so it'll dry a little bit more transparent. But yeah, when buying things secondhand, you kind of go for whatever you happen to see that can add to the collection. And sometimes it puts the item further back in the log, what you're going to work on. But like I have enough Leagues of Votann just in the last year that if I work on a unit a month, like I have been for this year, I will probably be able to work on it for another 1.5 to 2 years before I run out of models. But it's only getting focused on for this year, because next year, for the new year, new army, I will choose another of the forces that I own to work on. And yes, that actually means that since it's July, even though I'm painting my orcs and my space marines daily on stream, I do actually have another unit of Votann. It's just the character. But I am painting this as well. Not on stream. Again, I might. I don't know until next year. But Votann is the current one. I'm halfway through the year, and I've done 7 units. That's number 8. And I let my Discord vote for which of the selections I had that I would work on. I put down, what was it, like 7 different options, and Drukhari and Votann tied. So for January, I did 1 unit of each. I did a unit of Kabalite Warriors and a unit of Hearthkin Warriors in January. So yeah, probably gonna have Eldar on the list for 2027 as a possibility, but it'll be voted on. Probably have Tau on that list as well. Tyranids don't go on the list because I paint them every year anyway, because that is the primary army. But I easily have enough Eldari to go for a full year of units. It's... I don't know the number offhand, but it's in the 500 section, 550, somewhere in that area. Somewhere around 13,000 points. You know that meme list where you take all the termagants and all the hormagants and all the gargoyles? Well, I can't quite do that list, but if I sub out some of the gargoyles for gene stealers and some neurogaunts, I could probably hit that funny 200 model plus list. Or whatever, 300 model list? I don't know. So yeah, when I had the opportunity to buy my first Norn the other day, I took that opportunity. So yeah, I can do that. I mean, I showed you I have 40 Hormagaunts and 50 Termagants in those two containers, and those weren't even the painted ones. I told you I painted 65 Termagants at once one time. So yeah, I can easily field that. Not all painted, but I can field it. I have 30 gargoyles that I haven't painted yet. They're built. I wanted to get better at my airbrush before I started trying to do the wings. I wanted to do something nice for the gargoyle wings, and I'm still practicing with the airbrush to that point. Yeah, if I didn't paint 235 models in half of a year, I'd say, yeah, maybe I'd have a problem. But if I'm painting, 400 to 500 models a year, having, you know, eight 8 years worth on hand isn't that horrible. Maybe 6. Maybe 6 years would be a better thing. But no, and half of the pile isn't even 40k, so it doesn't quite work out as crazy when you think about when you can get like War Games Atlantic models are and bolt action models are both in the like dollar 50 a piece category, not the $15 a piece type category. Um, no, I'm once Armageddon is done, I have a couple of plans that don't involve 40k, and then I also have plans to work on several of the larger Tyranid monster stuff that I finally got a couple of. So I haven't actually built or painted my Exocrines or the Norn that I just got. So I would like to, by the end of the year, I might actually have 2,000 points of new Tyranids in the collection, painted up, along with the Leagues of Votann, and with 700-ish points of Orcs and Space Marines here as well. I might have 4 or 5 new 2,000 point armies painted up by the end of the year, depending on what I continue working on throughout the rest of the year. If they're not 2,000 points each, they're going to at least be 1,000 points each, because I can't see myself not painting several in October for the Orcs. I'm thinking Wazdaka and Gazgul for October. And I have enough on hand to make 3,000 points of Covenant of Fire. I already have some models put aside for that. So I might not get them all painted this year, but I have enough to get to that point. Yeah, so at the end of the year, I might have 4 new 2,000 point armies painted up. It's possible. And I'm also hoping to work on the Drop Fleet Commander stuff more after Armageddon, because I purchased that right before this, well, like 3 months ago, and I did some unboxings and I built everything and I got them primed, but only a few of them have been painted so far. If Armageddon hadn't come out this summer, I probably would have continued to just work on the drop fleet. But this is the thing that's currently out, and why I'm working on it right now. Them boys. Did you drill? Sorry, did you burrow? Ah, okay. Capricus work now? Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at where I'm at on these boys and seeing that I got about an hour left, and I don't think I'll get all of their skin second coat done. But I can always finish that tomorrow if I don't. So yeah, let's see. Take a minute here. So when you look at one that hasn't had any highlight and one that has, that's the difference between the first and second coat of paint. So it definitely does make a difference.
That leaves a little weird, fella.
Me, sir?
Yes, speak to me.
I just said
That
if
sounds
you would
like a
care
good
to order
idea.
Drinks! That was it! See what you miss if you don't stay alert?
If the lady and gentleman would care to take drinks before
Yeah,
dinner,
great!
and the universe will explode later for your pleasure.
Hey, what?
What sort of drinks do you serve here?
That sounds like a good idea. I'm even gonna have a snack. I'm gonna have a snack. Japanese-style air-fried peanuts.
Жила-была коза с козлятами. Ходила коза в лес есть траву шелковую и пить воду студеную.
What's everyone else working on? Anything good?
Как только уйдет коза за дверь, козлятки запрутся в избушке и никуда не выходят. Постучится коза в дверь и поет им песенку. Какая песенка?
Котяточки, ребяточки, отобритесь от прилавки.
Ваша мать пришла.
Котяточки, ребяточки.
Отобрейтесь, отворитесь. Ваша мама пришла. Что принесла? Молока принесла. Не так он поет другим голоском. Однажды Бог все это подслушал. Пошел он к кузнецу и начал петь своим голосом.
The snack break was good. Thanks, Moth. So, that comes out reasonably. It's just a tiny bit too dark, I think. I like it, though.
Прибежал он к избе и начал петь своим голосом новым. Отобритесь, отворитесь.
Thank you.
Козлятки, мама пришла.
It's only the first coat down. It's going to get more vibrant once I've done the second. Oh, I know what you mean. I decided to go with orange for my Space Marines. Yep, I mean, it's the top of a sandwich container with a thin sponge and then parchment paper. And it is 4 hours in, so my palette is a little bit drier than it needs to be right now. Yeah. See, this was just my example piece. I did this before Armageddon, but yeah, that's closer up for the highlights and everything. And I already had a Salamander's army, so these two should look pretty nice on the table together. But the whole intent was I wanted something that was vibrant. Yeah, but what? What about the boys? Yeah, I'm painting the boys. I mean, look. I choose armies and I work on them as a new skill set. My salamanders are practice freehand. This is practice decals on my orange Space Marines. And oil washes. I've not done them. So decals and oil washes are on those. I did freehand before that. That one Marine took probably 2 hours to freehand those flames. But I chose the Covenant of Fire, the orange Space Marines, because I wanted to try the oil washes, I wanted to try decals, and I also wanted something that was bright on the tabletop. That's why I'm painting the yellow armor on the orcs. I want them to be vibrant on the table. My other orcs from previous different Orktobers, I've got, the older boys, and I just want them to stand out more on the table. This whole year I've been working on increasing the vibrancy of the models that I paint. Oh, not on the Covenant of Fire, no. Like I said, it's more oil washes and decal practice army. Oh, on the orcs? No. No, I did some checkerboarding on the Big Mac Docker rig. That was fun. But the orcs are just coming out because they're fun. I'll probably do more on the banner knob and the war boss and stuff, but the general boys aren't going to get anything much beyond yellow armor. If for some reason I get through everything before the end of this weekend, I might have time to do some more detail, but I'm not planning to do that on the boys. Just choose colors that are more saturated. Like I have bloody red and moon yellow, and the orange is burning ore. And I'm just choosing really vibrant colors to start. The orc skin, I'm starting with a 1-to-1 orc skin speed paint and wild green. And then my coat that I'm putting down right now is just wild green. And when I highlight up, I'm going to add a little bit of yellow to it instead of white, because this will keep the saturation bright and it won't dull it down any. Should add more water to my wet palette, but I'm only streaming for another 45 minutes, so. Yep. Yeah, because the orc skin speed paint comes out darker than this, but if I'm building up from this into the other colors... Yeah. And this is actually a fairly watered down, like, it's got a fair bit of water in it, so it'll dry mostly like a mid transparency. I'm doing all right, Preston. How are you today? And I'm just going through and hitting the highlights where I want the brighter color to be. And probably not going to get all of the boys' second coat of flesh done today, but that just means that I have a good starting point for tomorrow's stream. I mean, I'm doing them all this way for Armageddon, but that's not the way I always do them. I like having a variety of colors. So the next batch of orcs I paint probably won't be orc skin and wild green. I might... Oh, primer coat? For this, I did red with a khaki zenithal. That's how I got that color. I didn't let it dry fully, so it kind of blended in, but it works better than the gray that I've used before, and I've done black before, but building up from black takes a lot of effort, especially when you're wanting vibrant. Krieg Command Squad, huh? I still haven't painted the one unit of Krieg that I own. I want to, but I haven't. I have a color scheme in mind. I just haven't gotten around to painting them. Fair. I decided I'm going to paint the Krieg kill team from Octarius in a the Golden Age Deadpool color scheme. So red and gold and black. And they're primed, I just haven't gotten around to painting them yet. I have a lot of projects that are like that. I have them set aside waiting, but I haven't actually started working on them yet. No, some of my orcs are primed with a gray, just so that there's no black to be messed with. Sometimes I'll take that and I will do a dry brush over it. And sometimes I just paint straight over it. And again, it depends on how bright I want their skin, how bright I want their armor. Yep. Painting them a tan color before painting the white does help a little bit, getting up to that brightness. White is a hard color to build up to for pigment depth, saturation, whatever. And that's why it's usually hard. But if you start with a mid... Like, I would get, like, Iraqi sand or pale sand or something like that and do that before I would go to white. Build a level in between. Or if you don't want that warmth, go with a gray. Because the pigments and everything work better that way. Paint goes down smoother. What, this one? Oh, you don't have to thin them as much, but you always want to thin your paints a little bit. Let's see. All right. I'll be back on tomorrow. Okay. I'm gonna get like just shy of all of that highlighted. That's funny. Hope everyone's having a good evening. Over 20 minutes. I don't know. I don't think. I don't think I can do 7 in just over 20 minutes. I don't think I'm gonna actually try. I've done the Big Mac Docker rig so far. I still haven't painted the 4-track. They're supposed to be extremely large orcs. Massive, like larger than Gaz. I have not. Alright. Yeah, I do finish all 20 of this highlight, since I only have 3 left. Oh. Kinda just got into the groove and went with it, huh? Probably good too, because that's one less step to be done. One more behind me. How detailed these models are, how many different things they have going on. Probably going to take several more colors to do everything. Going to be leather and shirt and 2 different metals. The second coat of yellow, the third coat of skin. Eyes. Space Marine helmets on the bases. The rock formations on the bases. Wigs. But that's why I have 3 days to work on it. Huh? Set out to do it over the course of the weekend, and that means I got 2 more days to go. I think I did set out for my goal today to be 2 coats of skin and a coat of yellow armor, and that was almost exactly the 5 hours that I thought it was going to take. That's pretty cool, getting it quite close to my goal. Because I only have 1 and a bit more knobs to go with this. Which is good because I'm starting to get hungry and I need to stretch and everything. But one more orc. And I can just relax until noon tomorrow. So, which is 14 hours from now. So, I have an 8-hour stream planned in 14 hours. Yeah. Hopefully I get a good amount of sleep. Hmm. Whew. 5 hours. Was that not like almost exactly 5 hours? Well then. Ah. Getting there. I'm sure it'll look better after another day, but soon get them in. And then about there. Ugh. Two coats of skin and a coat of yellow on all armor. 5 hours. I've spent 15 minutes per model so far. Which is pretty cool when you think that this is 15 minutes into a model. Like, that's pretty cool. What can I do after another hour? You know, well, 75, you know. Yeah. Where will it be at an hour in? No? We'll find out. But, oh. Let's see. Well, that was 5 hours of painting. I will see everyone again in 14 hours for another 8 hours of painting. Yeah. Let's see. We can change this to 27 hours. Yeah. Well, hope everyone had a good one. And until the next time, I hope you find your bit of bliss. I'm gonna go relax and get ready for tomorrow's stream. Night all.
About them?